Is the device gonna work? Okay, I think the device is working now. I believe we have success. Okay, let me see if I can hear myself at least. Excellent, perfect. All right, let me go ahead and announce that I am live, and we will begin. As you may be able to see from the title, today we'll be working on Healthbars and Hitboxes. That's the plan, anyways. If past streams are anything to go by, plans are subject to abrupt change without warning. Let me go ahead and announce on Twitter as well. All right. Perfect. All right, I think we are good. So yeah, what I have so far is I created a generic bar. So you can see this guy has a bar right here, and that's not a health bar specifically. Instead, it's a status bar. So it can reference anything that has a status identifier, which we have like the quenchery, satiatory, and wakefulness here. So we can give them a bar for anything that we want, including health. But I think health would be a good one to add in. So let me go ahead and create that real quick here. So I do have a built-in health component as well as an already existing health bar thing from the Polyperfect War Pack. So I'm wondering whether I want health to be included in these things or if I should use the built-in direct one. I should probably make it based on these ones, since in the future I would like to create systems that utilize these, and I want them to be like buffable and stuff like that. And if I use the same system, then that should all come very smoothly. So new status identifier, health. Or maybe I should just call it HP. Oh, we'll call it health. So now that we have a health thing, I can assign it to the NPC and say that he has, say, we'll add in a reference to health. Say maximum health is 100 and starting value is, we'll just say 90. I do want to rearrange the order. I want starting value to be up top and then the other value to be down below. What am I looking for? Stat identifier? No, I want stat reference. And just rearrange these. Perfect. Now, it should swap without the data being borked, hopefully, ideally. Also, I'm trying out some background music. Let me know how the volume is. It's a little loud on my end, but according to the bars on the stream, I think it's decently in the background. Because I don't want it to go over if somebody's playing their own music. I want it to be quiet enough where it's not going to interrupt that. But I also want it to just add a bit of background noise to stuff. Let me make sure that my voice is coming through. It is. Perfect. So we now have a health thing, and then if I want this bar to reflect the health instead, let me call this status bar. Hop over to the foreground, and then it has a tracked status here, and we can swap that to health. And then if I enter play mode, you can see it's at 90 out of 100. Maybe I'll make the background a bit more solid. Let's make it like kind of RuneScape style. We'll have it be red mostly, but kind of see-through. Well, that's interesting. It has a bit of an offset. Foreground. Okay, let me set the margins to 0. And for some reason I can't move the character. Player. Okay, now I can. Honestly, I don't know what causes that issue still. But where we left off last time, we were able to walk around with the character and have the character attack while moving and such. But now I want to add in hitboxes and such to the characters so that I can attack monsters, or in this case, our stand-in action hero here, and have stuff react to it. Make sure I did announce on my Discord that I was live. Perfect. All right. Okay, first I want to add in a player health bar. I think I'm going to add that as part of the player. So I will right click and do, wait, I already have a canvas, don't I? That's player item UI. I want a different UI for now. So I'll create it as a separate canvas. All right, and for status bar, I want to make this a prefab. But before I make it a prefab, I'll remove the reference so that it highlights it in red there. And then that status bar becomes a prefab. Do I have a prefabs section yet? I don't. I think underscore prefabs I do not see. Folder underscore prefabs. And we'll create a UI section. And move some of the existing stuff around. Goes into prefabs. And then prefabs. UI. And status bar goes in there. Okie doke. Now, I should be able to, hopefully an error popped up there. Should have said value cannot be null. Where's the cursor? Something highlightable. I don't think I need to worry about that quite yet. I think right now the NPC should have had a talk to thing, but that's not available at the moment. There should be a different error. Okay, here we go. Target equals references, .lookup, track status. We can assert that is not null. Tracked status, and say should work out. Then make sure I've set that on the foreground. And for the player as well, on status bars. See here, this needs to be in world space. Maybe I should make a like general world space thing so I don't have to always scale this thing every single time I use it. 1280 by 720. 000. Scale 0.01, 0.01, 0.01. Those are linked actually. Call this world space UI. Drag this in there. And now that that's a prefab, we can drag status bar in there. A little bit bigger than I had intended. So what's the size I'm looking at here? Okay, it's the status bar that is very borked at the moment. Let's see here. If I delete the status bar and then drag it in, do we get a better size? Yes, we do. Perfect. I still feel like it's a little large. Yeah, it's a little large, so 03. Then apply to prefab world space UI. I don't think there's actually any advantage to having objects within the rectangle defined by the canvas. Like, I've never seen anything. It's useful for anchoring. I don't think performance-wise it has any changes, but I will still make sure that... Where's my move tool? Move tool. Okay, I guess I need to turn off gizmos. Hold on, let me head on to the next song here. All of them have lyrics. Here we go. No, back. I want songs without lyrics. Is there a way of filtering this that way? I don't know if there's a way of filtering this service by whether they have lyrics or not. It keeps track of whether they have lyrics, but... Okay, so now we have a decent position for the world space UI. Let me drag the status bar in there. And that's a little small. And I want it to reference the health of the player. Or do I want this in world space? Yeah, it's probably best to have it in world space. For now, at least. So it should follow the player and match... No, it doesn't match the rotation yet. Let me add that on there. World space UI should have a match... camera rotation match on there. Perfect. All right, there we go. That's not letting me move again. All right, there we go. So I can walk around. We have a health bar, but now I need something to deal damage to me. These errors are getting a little on my nerves, though. Let me see if I can take care of those. Parent to foreground should have a... Okay. We need a status references. Health. Starting value 90, max 100. All right, that should get rid of one of the errors. Base interactable is required on NPC. Take care of that. Doesn't he, though? Guess not. Okay. Gets rid of some of them, and then things using AI event must have a fuzzy machine attached. That's because right now I am using one of the other... I'm using the same script graph for both the NPC as well as the player character. So I should separate those out. Where is that being handled? If I hop over to the player... You have state machine, player graph. Let me duplicate that and call this NPC graph. Skip this song for the next one. Try this one. Ah. Yeah, we have slightly differing sizes for the world space UIs. Maybe I should decrease the total size of the thing. But again, I don't think it actually matters. I think it's all just arbitrary. everything is arbitrary and meaningless. Let me get rid of this thing. It's bothering me. Cylinder and house test. Okay. All right, so now the NPC needs to use the other thing for its state machine. We'll use NPC graph. And then on the player graph, I had done some experimenting with various things. I'm not going to need the AI states. And on interacting, I don't need the fuzzy AI events. All right, so that should be good now. All right, so another issue at the moment before I get to the hitboxes. If I hit play, we should be void of errors. Yes, indeed. If I move the NPC over to... this really is getting a little claustrophobic, huh? Where should I stick this? I don't think I need the test runner or dialogue right now. Maybe the dialogue later, but I'll stick the script graph where that is. Now we have a bit more room to work with. NPC needs to go over here. And then he should interact with... Where'd he go? Hello? We'll bring him back. All right, I think he face plants if I drop him above the item. Yeah, so now he's tilting towards the thing. I want to create a few utility methods, I guess. Is it best to take care of this now or later? I guess now might be ideal. So I want to create some stuff that I had used in Crazy Control. In particular, so I had some things like the face method, and this would cause a character to rotate around a specific axis to look in a particular direction. And I want to be able to do that for the characters as well, because I don't want them looking at it directly. We have error success. Hold on, I think that was in some AI state up here. Where is that? I don't know where it is. Oh, it must be in the NPC itself. Let me hop over to the NPC graph. And then interacting. And we can get rid of these now since I know that they work. So ideally, I'd be able to have extension methods for transforms and such. Excuse me, but I'm not sure that that is plausible at the moment. I do have character movement from inputs, and that's going to be, I think, my centralized character controller. Maybe I should change its name. But I guess I'll stick some of those methods on there. So let me add in a couple of things. Character movement from inputs. And we'll add some extensions in here. If I collapse all of these things down. Public void face. This is going to be the one that goes around a particular axis. We're going to say vector 3 target direction. A vector 3 local axis equals vector 3 dot up. And can I not do that? Is that really not a thing that I can do? Must be compile time constant, of course. Can I say const int upwards equals new vector? Oh, no, I actually can't. Or constant vector 3. Does this not work? Hey, Ame, how's it going? Can I specify it using object overload? Is there no way of having a constant vector 3? Is that legit? Oh my god. I really would like to have a default value in here. Let's go to Google. I've always just dealt with this in the past, but I'm finally a little too triggered by it. So let's see here. We'll have C#, constant value for struct. User-defined types cannot be constant. Fudge muffins everything, dude. Excellent, glad to hear it. Okay, so that's out. I guess I'll just have to deal with providing a custom axis each time. And then we'll have a float radians per second. Yeah, that seems legit. And then var current equals transform.forward. Specifically vector3.project. When 3D model comms. Comms are down. You gotta go fix the sabotage. Excellent. Sounds like a good day. Project on plane. Oh, commissions. Oh yeah. We'll say that's on local axis. And then yeah, that's all I need. A little slow today. Let me zoom in so you guys can actually see what I'm doing. That would probably help. And then var target equals as well a similar vector3.project on plane shenanigans, except for this time it uses target direction. Var result equals vector3.rotate towards current target max radians delta is going to be radians per second times time dot delta. What just happened? Times time dot delta time. Okay. 0f. And then for now, I'll just set the transforms rotation and such. Dot rotation equals quaternion look rotation. Result transform dot up, just in case we add in curved gravity or something. That seems good. I need to stop hitting my mic though. All right. So that's our face utility method. I'm not going to bother testing it. Instead, I'll just assume that I did well. And we'll reap the penalties for that later. Public void. Well, I guess that's just all I'll have for now. And then save that. Hop over to the NPC graph here. Maybe I should create a separate interacting subgraph, and that can be used by both the player and NPC graphs. Also, how is the volume for the music? I want it so it's basically in the background, so it doesn't get in the way of people listening to their own music, but also fills in the dead air a little bit. All right, I think that's optimal. Yeah, I basically I change my Unity layout whenever I feel like it, but this is kind of the standard one that I've come to. So in actuality, on my other monitor over here, I have the main Unity window, and then on this one I have one that is just a maximized like sub layout. This means that I don't have to have the file, edit, assets menu bar at the top, as well as the general title bar for the thing. And also means I don't have to have the play button taking up room, so you guys can see a lot more of the screen. If you have those title bars and such, then it's basically just wasted screen space for the stream, because you guys, of course, aren't doing anything with it. And I don't need to like move my mouse over to hit play because I bound play to control space so that I can enter play mode easily. I really want to figure out why I can't move unless I've selected the player in the hierarchy, though. That's so weird to me. All right, what was I doing? Ah, yes. So I was going to see how to go about making a shared graph for the Bolt state machine here. So script graph used to be a Bolt thing, but now Bolt is part of Unity, so it's called a Unity visual scripting state graph. The dialogue is a asset that I'm using from an external asset. So the dialogue thing here, if I hop over to conversations, so it looks like it uses Mechanim's like visuals code, but it is indeed an external asset. But state graph, if you just hop over to package manager and then let go to Unity repository or whatever, once it loads, hello, it's gonna load. Okay, you should see. Okay, I have it as part of a feature set here. Gameplay and storytelling, visual scripting. However, if you go to the Unity registry and search for visual scripting, you can see it's right here, and you could just add it to your project with install. And right now the performance is a little sus, but in Unity 2022, apparently the beta has improvements on the order of 10 times or so. So performance shouldn't be something you need to worry about in future Unity versions. And in preparation for that, I'm trying to get used to using it myself, because I've been coding in Unity for 12 years now, but I haven't really used many visual scripting solutions. But I'm really liking it, especially this generic state machine that they have, where you can go in and add your own things to any of them. Previously, I would always hack Mechanim to try to make custom state machines, but now we have an actual legitimate generic state machine that we can use, which I'm super jazzed about. And to that end, I'm going to try to learn how to embed separate graphs in that. So right now I have separate player graphs and NPC graphs. Where are those graphs, by the way? Let me swap this to, there we go. Player graph. Okay, what folder did I stick that in? Oh, the graphs folder, of course. So I want to convert the interacting thing here. Right now we have this, and I want this to be part of a subgraph that I can have shared between, you know what? Maybe I can make this whole interacting subgraph its own thing. Let's see here. Source graph, convert. Here, graphs, interacting subgraph. Okay, so now I think that this refers to the interacting graph asset, or interacting subgraph asset. So presumably, oh, let me make sure that the NPC graph updated for it. Okay, so right now the interacting subgraph here is using the embedded version, but if I switch it to graph, switching to a macro search will delete the current embed graph. Are you sure you want? Yes. Switch. And then I swap it with interacting subgraph. Okay, so now both the player and the NPC should be using the same data, and if I edit that, it affects them in both places. Yeah, this basically kind of invalidates the original Crazy Control. Like the whole reason I'd made Crazy Control was because this kind of thing didn't exist in Unity. However, there's still a lot of stuff that is very roundabout to do in this, and I think creating a custom node set might help things out a bit. So maybe I'll do something like that. However, if it's just a couple custom nodes, I don't think I would sell it. Instead, I'd probably just make it for myself and then release it on GitHub or something. Visual scripting plus, yep. And also my expression evaluator that I had in Crazy Control vastly outperforms the formula thing that they have here. So they have a formula node, and then you can type in stuff in here. And apparently its performance is worse than actually using each separate node, which means that my custom one is far faster, although I haven't tested it directly. But that's for another time. For now, let me delete the nodes that I don't need. And instead of look at, we're going to use the new utility function. If I was making a new Crazy Control thing, this is where I'd stick the new node. But instead, we have a face. I need to rebuild nodes. Fudge muffins, everything. Okay, that's... Oh, no, stop. What did it do? Okay, overview? There we go. All right, went back to it. Now we go visual scripting, regenerate nodes. All right, this is going to take 30 seconds or so. So what it's going to be doing now is adding in this face method that I put on the character movement from inputs thing. And this will make it so that instead of the character directly facing the object, it'll turn about the specific axis that we specify. Which in this case will be the... Oh, wait, I don't want to use transform.up. I want to use local axis. But I want to do transform direction of local axis. And same with up here. Now, of course, transform direction does do quite a few multiplication things, so we're going to use some of Ryder's awesome refactoring and say replace all three occurrences with the transform direction. Perfect. Generate nodes completed, and even though I made changes to the method, I don't think I need to redo the regenerate nodes because the signature remains the same. So we'll say this goes into character movement from inputs face. All right. And local axis is going to be up. Target direction is going to be, hold on. Didn't I specify? Oh, no, I didn't specify default radians per second. We'll say 10 radians per second. Regenerate them anyways. Okay, target direction is going to be... I don't want to have to manually do like subtraction operations each time. Let's add a new one. All right, so you're getting your wish. We're doing a custom thingy here. So instead of taking a target direction, we'll take a target transform. Transform target. This is going to be face target. And then this is simply going to invoke face on target.position minus transform.position with local axis and radians per second. And now we need to regenerate the nodes. Visual scripting, regenerate nodes. Low poly rebranding. What do you mean by low poly rebranding? All right, regenerate nodes complete. Perfect. All right, so instead of face, can I replace? Nice. We'll say replace with face object. What was it? Character face target. All right, cool, and it kept the previous values. Why is it orange though? Okay, I'm a little concerned. Why is it orange? Oh, that was so I asked the owner of PolyPerfect. It's like, hey, is there a thumbnail you'd like me to use? And he sent me that one. Maybe I should make like a VR chat low poly thing. I don't think when I've seen like clips of VR chat, I've seen anybody doing low poly models. I think it'd be kind of funny to walk around as a low poly character. I don't think I've seen any low poly VTubers either. Yeah, you'd have to do some magic to make it so the mouth warping wouldn't look sus. Is there a demand for low poly avatars? Not yet. All right, so we're going to... So this is on interacting. We're going to have interacting with... Go to that. Okay, I don't know if I need to do like get transform or something. All right, well, let's see if it works. All right, do you blow up? No, but you don't work either. Okay, let's max out like a 10,000 radians per second, see what happens. Okay, it works at 10,000 radians per second. Why? Why does it work at 10,000 and not at 10? Maybe it only works if you select it in the hierarchy. Oh, my lord. Okay, so if I set this to 10, he turns around and faces the other direction. Okay, I think it's fighting with the other code in that character movements from input thing. So update, and then I have okay, so at the moment it's trying to wander, or is it? I'm not sure what it's doing, but if I take out this, it should work even at just 10. Also, I did optimize the interplay mode times, so now if I hit play, it's a little faster than it was before, and that's not because I removed that starts with thing that we found in the last stream. So what the script was doing was like looking through every single type that was in the current app domain. Instead, I just made it look in the assembly where it needed to. And that reduced the number of things it needed to check from like 30,000 to 30. So a minor improvement there. I might reach out to the developer and hand them give them that suggestion so that other people don't have to wait that extra second either. So it now enters play mode faster, but what was I originally doing? Ah, yes, seeing if it would face the direction of the object it's interacting with. Yes, it will. But now I don't think it'll walk in a direction. Let me go into scene view here. There we go. All right, NPC. Let's move him away and see if he moonwalks. He does moonwalk. Perfect. So 600. Wait, what? What's going on? Okay, so I still want this. Or maybe. So at the moment, there's an abstraction. This character movement from inputs thing gathers all of the inputs from the input collector component, and the input collector component gets its values from either the player input or from the AIs that are attached to the object. Oh. So I'm not sure what I want to be handled by the script graph and what I want to be handled by the existing like AI scripts and such. Because we're decoupling the facing direction from the movement direction, I think I want to remove this line here, but I am not sure how I want that to be substituted. If I want there to be an input direction that is held in the input collector. So right now I have like this inputs.tilt. Do I want to add a like inputs.look tilt or something? So what that would look like is strictly speaking, I should stick this in a separate partial class, but I don't know if you can have, hold on, can you have partial classes outside of the assembly? Let's see. We'll say public static partial class inputs. Yeah. Okay, it looks like it overrides. So if I put a partial class in here, it doesn't actually connect with the other partial class, and that's a little obnoxious. What if I were to do name space polyperfect.war and then stick that in there? Does that... Oh, I lost the thing. It's still just a single part. Hold on, I need to actually go to Google for this. Multi-assembly partial class C#. No, you cannot have referring to the same class in different assemblies. Fudge muffins everything, dude. Well, okay, so instead of that, let's see here. I had this line. Call this look direction. Okay, and then inputs dot look direction, or it'd just be this dot look direction. And then this look direction needs to be driven by something. You know what? I really do want to just stick this in the inputs class. Inputs. I'll just stick it here. Just so I can access it from some other things from the same area. Oh, my neck. We'll get rid of this. Introduce variable. Writer, please. Okie doke. We say inputs.look direction. And then in the wander AI, I need to modify it to use the new thing. Where is inputs? Or no, it's tilt towards position that uses that. And okay. Inputs dot look direction dot set. Normalize. I don't want to normalize it. Direction should be derived by the input directions of the last two frames. No, because if you're like targeting a monster, you want the look direction to be independent of the movement direction. So I want the whatever's controlling the look direction to be able to have direct control over it. But the issue I'm considering right now is whether I should have the script graphs handle setting those. So at the moment, what I'm getting hung up on is my fuzzy AI system and the state machine are kind of overlapping a bit. There's a section where they're both, I want them to both accomplish the same thing, and I'm afraid that they're going to step on each other's toes. So the reason I would want to use a fuzzy logic thing is so that it can select it without well, just for the advantages of fuzzy logic, whereas the state machine, you know, is bound to traditional state things. So I'm wondering if I should rewrite a portion of the fuzzy logic so that it drives a state machine, visual scripting state machine based Delio. And then so I did end up making the fuzzy state machines a bit more compatible with the state graph. I can demonstrate that here real quick. I made a custom event node. It was glitching last time on stream, but I had fixed it off stream. Once assembly reloads, here we go. So I can like hop into a standard thing here and say on fuzzy AI, and then I can select a type. So as soon as it starts interacting, then do thing here. So I can have the state machine respond to particular states. However, I'm not sure if that's the most elegant way of handling it. Because I don't have much experience with visual scripting, I'm not sure of the best practices. So I'm wondering if instead of having these like interacting AI scripts that I have, instead I would have a scriptable object that I can create new things of, and then have that be the argument for the onFuzzy AI event. And I can drive the values of that from a visual state machine graph. So if I enter play mode right now and open up the fuzzy machine thing here, you can see it has several things. Like here's the movement layer. It has dialogue AI, wander AI, and resource seeking. And then, wait, resource seek is higher priority. Why is it not seeking resources? Oh, whatever. It's also got the interacting thing. Instead of it having each of these separate scripts, it would have its own scriptable object. I'm wondering how big of a performance hit using the event bus is. So if I could create, say I'm in the standard state here, I could have a update, like onFuzzy update thing, and then give it the script to do stuff from, or instead the state thing. Do I want to do that? Yeah, I'm seeing some things start to come together. So let's create a new fuzzy AI thing that uses scriptable objects. So when I made the fuzzy state machine, I made it so it doesn't rely on the things being monobehaviors. Instead, it relies on an interface. So we can indeed use scriptable objects for it. So I'll hop over to status bar here. Let's create a public class fuzzy state. Call this scriptable object, and then create asset menu. And now I should be able to stick this in an arbitrary place. And then if I have a separate monobehavior that registers with the fuzzy machine that has a list of possible fuzzy states it can go to, that might be ideal. Yeah, I'm seeing some limitations of the way that I'd handled it previously. In particular, the layers of the fuzzy machine are kind of hard-coded right now in an enum. It would have been better to have the layers be scriptable objects themselves and be able to set it, but I wanted things to be simpler for the people using it, but I feel like I was trying to make it both simple and versatile, and in chasing both of those rabbits, they both got away. Yeah, Okay, so we have a fuzzy state scriptable object, and then we have a public class, or I can just put a iFuzzy state on here. Then implement the missing members. Okay, get weight. Okay, I might want to put in another layer of abstraction. Okay, this try, activate, and such don't take arguments. So it might be better to have this instantiated, in which case I don't want to use it on this. So we'll create a new class that is fuzzy state user or something. Public class fuzzy state user. This can be a monobehavior and have a public maybe I'll have an array of, I feel like I'm using this 3-class structure a lot. So I'll have a fuzzy state user and then a fuzzy state. We have fuzzy state identifier and then the fuzzy state itself. Fuzzy identifier. And then we have a fuzzy reference and fuzzy references, I think is how I'm going to structure it, maybe. But so the question is, how do I determine the weight of particular fuzzy states if I'm using this approach? At the moment with the other ones, like on the resource seek AI, so it calculates the weight by doing some magic with the amount of particular need that they have. Like if they're hungry, if they're more hungry, it'll have more weight for them to seek out that particular thing. And that's handled through code. If I wanted it to be compatible with the visual scripting graph, my choices are either come up with a generic or a common algorithm that is used for all of them, have it use the state machine graphs to determine the weight for a particular thing, and then we can say dot set weight based on whatever. The issue with that is I think it might be a little slow, even with the rewrite that Unity has for 2022. And then yet another alternative would be to combine the powers of the two. We would instead have a generic algorithm that can be overridden with the graph if necessary. So in that case, we would have a like override weight node that would pass in a delegate, or it would override at each frame individually. I'm not sure if the visual scripting graph can pass around delegates. Let's see. Delegate. Literal. Action literal. It doesn't look like it. Um, I'm going to keep thinking about this. Instead, for now, I'll move on to the hitboxes. Let me just put in this string literal here. All right. All compiler errors have to be fixed. Okay, so I will revisit this later. I don't know why I bothered commenting that out. It's literally just a single keyword. Okie doke. So let's do a little bit of hitbox shenanigans. The question is, how do I want to handle the hitboxes? Presumably, I will be using physx instead of writing my own custom shenanigans. But how do I want those to be accessible? So at the moment, we have a simple attack thing where he just like stabs with his gun, because that's how guns work. I don't think I want to attach like a collider to his fist. Instead, I want to be able to like specify an area that will take damage that isn't based on the animation. So that the animation and the balance can be adjusted independently. I think that's better for this. Like, it's not a fighting game. You don't need super exact stuff. God, now that I've seen the power of visual scripting, my mind just keeps going back to visual scripting for everything. So let's say I wanted to be able to activate and deactivate particular hitboxes. I probably want to give them a scriptable object identifier. So I can say like activate the standard attack hitbox, and then I have like a dictionary registered on the character that says here's all of the hitboxes that I have knowledge of, and then you look up which game objects to activate from there. And that could also take care of setting like values based on buffs or something. So let's do that, I guess. So I'm gonna use this same thing. We'll call this a hitbox identifier. And move it to its own file. Really? It says that hitbox is misspelled? And I think just the use of an identifier is enough for now. It doesn't need to have any behavior. But like we were doing in the previous thing, we will need a collection of references to that. I do have the status references. I'm wondering if I can... I'm encountering too many layers of abstraction here. I'm just going to manually do it because I don't want to bother with how many... I want to keep the structure of everything as simple as possible. So, at the risk of repeating a bit of code, I will just add this in with copy and paste. There's already approaching too many abstractions, so we'll say hitbox references. So I could make this a generic thing by saying, you know, this is a reference list of type, you know, whatever. Maybe I do want to do that. I don't know. Screw it, we're doing it. We're making an abstraction, so we're going to say public class. Old habits die hard. We'll say value references, and then that's a mono behavior. By followers and viewers on... Oh, my lord. All right, so we have a value references thing. And then it's abstract, and it's going to have a few generic parameters. The first one is going to be the type that it has references for. And then let me check the status references. I actually watched a video the other day on how bad clicking a single link can be. So apparently in some situations, like the old YouTube Studio setup, you could add creators to your channel and such and transfer ownership to different accounts. And the way that they handled that was with a specific URL, like all of the information was encoded in the URL. So if you were logged in and then went to a URL that was linked, then it would already have you authenticated and it would transfer ownership just by clicking on that link. Like, I had no idea that some things could be that fragile. Of course, YouTube has since addressed that setup. Hold on, status, references. Okay. This is a dictionary between the identifier and the reference. My question is, so ideally I could avoid. No, I'm going to need the reference thing in order to get the starting values and such. Yeah. Well, it does kind of seem like that in hindsight, but you know, at first it does seem like a reasonable supposition. Like if they're already logged in, then there's no possibility of, issues. But yeah, it's probably something I would have considered even without too much experience myself. So maybe a little negligent, but it at least shows how single links can be dangerous. And that might be how a lot of people had their Discords taken from them at some point in time. Okay. I don't think there's a way of abstracting this and keeping all the versatility that I want. So value references is going to take a T identifier, TID, a TID, and then we'll have a T value. And then in accordance with the structure here, we'll make the, oh wait, no. I'll copy these behaviors over. And then this is going to be a TID. Or is it going to be a TID? It's not going to be a TID. This is the TID. This is the T value. These are terrible names. Oh my lord. Item dot what? Nanio. In statuses. Okay, so I want to look up that. I need to ensure that I can get the identifier from a reference. TID-elating. Nice. Had their Discord hacked recently. It's unfortunate. So I might need to put some... Okay, you know what? Screw it. We're throwing out the abstractions. This is why I was wary of doing it to begin with. All right, we're just going to have the stuff. This is going to be hitbox reference and public class hitbox reference. And then we have a hitbox identifier. I don't want to waste so much time on stuff. Hitbox reference. And then we're going to have an identifier. As long as it's like the same structure, it's probably fine. I don't foresee any need to actually substitute them for each other. Because each of them is going to be handled exceptionally differently. But we will say public hitbox identifier. And then add a constructor that has that. But you never know. Oh, my lord. Okay, what is this init thing that I was using previously? I think I'd added that in. Let's see here. Init. Current value equals starting value. Okay, so that's not entirely necessary. I guess I don't need a constructor. And in fact, having the constructor would mess things up. Oh, wait, no, I deleted it from the wrong area. We want to go back to the other file. And then remove that there. And what is your major malfunction? Okay, that's fine. Hitbox reference. Never assigned, that's fine. It should be... Oh, I guess I need to mark it as serializable. Okay, now we're good. And then... So what I'd like to be able to do is just, in the visual scripting, say activate this hitbox and just drag the identifier in there. So in hitbox references, we can say public void activate hitbox and take in a hitbox identifier ID. And then this goes ahead and says lookup ID public void activate row new not implemented exception activate. And then the question is, do I have a duration on each of these? Like on this thing, do I add a public float or int damage public float duration? And then on activating these, I trigger like a coroutine or something. So the hitbox reference should just be data. It shouldn't have anything itself. So I will actually remove the activate thing from here. We'll say var reference or var hitbox equals lookup ID. And then wonder if I should have like a list of active hitboxes. Enumerator activate hitbox sequence hitbox reference or hitbox. Hitbox. We'll have a yield return. Wait 4 seconds. Something hitbox. Why am I doing hitbox? Duration. And then I should probably have a script that is like a damage dealer on those hitboxes. We'll say var dealer equals all right, so here's another question. Do I have serializable on the top level of the character? Here's a list of the hitboxes I have, and then within that list, one of those list elements, do I have a list of here's all the hitboxes that correspond to it? Or do I instead mark the hitboxes on the hitboxes themselves? So do I attach like a circle in front of them, and then on that sphere collider say this is this type of hitbox and have it register with its parent thing? Or do I instead delegate that task to the parent? I think I might want to do that. I might want to have the children handle identifying themselves. Yeah, the parents don't get to choose what the children identify as. It's the child's choice. So we'll say we'll have a public void register hitbox identity, and then it's going to be a I need a new script. Make it a mono behavior public class hitbox. Yeah, we'll just call it a hitbox mono behavior. And highlight null public hitbox ID identifier. This should actually be a serialized field. And then void awake. And get component in parent. Hitbox references. Dot register hitbox identity. And this is going to take a hitbox identifier and then a maybe this does need to be public. Well, it doesn't need to be public. I just I hate the fact that I can't like have a property be serializable so I can give it a private setter. Public hitbox identifier ID gives identifier because I don't want it to be changed by anything else. Var reference or does this, and then this takes a hitbox, and then we should have some sort of dictionary on this. I already have that dictionary. but instead of this hitbox reference, we do a list of hitbox references. Do I want to do that? Okay, maybe it's the hitbox reference, and then the hitbox reference itself has a list of all of the hitboxes on it. Public list hitboxes. What's new? That. But have this be non-serialized. And then in register hitbox, we do lookup of hitbox.id .identifier.add, or no, not .identifier, .hitboxes.add hitbox. Oh well. Might need to stretch. Alrighty. Push-ups are kind of stretchy, yep. But the phone hasn't rang, unfortunately. Alright, so var hitbox equals that. For each var item in hitboxes changes to reference item dot game object dot set active true or something. No, I'm not sure that I want it to go by activating the game object. The reason being, it would require that I deactivate it. Deactivate it upon registration, and that would cause issues if I had multiple of the hitbox scripts on a particular object. So instead, I think I want to toggle the collider. And I'm not sure how I want to handle there being, like, let's say we have a hitbox that is part of multiple hitbox references. Do I want to support that? And if I do, Jesus, I'm burping a lot. Do I want the most damaging one to take priority? Do I want the most recently activated one to take priority? What do? And also, I think I want the... No, I don't think I want to support that. I think it should be a unique hitbox per move. For simplicity, because I think it's going to cause a lot of issues otherwise. In particular, So what I'm thinking of is I want to be able to make it so that your attack can hit multiple enemies, but it doesn't hit the same enemy multiple times. And I'm afraid that there could be some shenanigans with toggling back and forth, where if I strike one character with multiple active hitboxes, like say I have a dashing hitbox and then a swinging hitbox that both use like or I have a tornado hitbox and then a dashing hitbox, and they dash and tornado at the same time, I'm afraid that it'll hit him with the dashing, then the tornado, then back to the dashing, and alternate back and forth because it just keeps a reference to the most recently hit one and says, oh, it's a different hitbox now, it's fine to hit them. And I think trying to deal with that would probably cause more issues than I'd like to deal with. So I think I'm going to stick a disallow multiple components on this, so that it only registers with one. And then activate hitbox. Hitbox dot identifier. And then we should have a deactivate hitbox as well. And instead of activating or deactivating the game object, I'm going to have it set the collider to be active or deactive. But I'm going to abstract that within the hitbox. We're going to say public void activate. And this is going to, it's going to cache the collider on the object here. And then call is going to be get component collider, of course. Can you collect all collisions and only process their hash once? Keep a list of which ones are already processed and clear the list when frames run out. So if by hash you mean just their identity, I guess I could, but I feel like I would have to have another structure to hold the, so if I were to say activate here, I think I would need another component that has a stack or some other data structure that holds all of the reasons this collider should be active. And I don't think I want to do that. So each particular hitbox set would be a reason. Okay, activate is going to do call.enabled equals true, and then on deactivate, you know what? Turn this into a expression bodied method. Deactivate call.enabled equals false. And then the activate hitbox method up here is going to do item.activate. And then this one is going to be item.deactivate. And we'll make this plural because of reasons. Once we start getting more concentrated instances of highlights, I might make some videos. At the moment, I don't think there's enough funny stuff happening. When I get back to doing that Metroidvania thing, I'm certain we will encounter more funny moments, because in general, I think the movement of characters tends to be more conducive to funny moments. Of course, I could be wrong. But also, unfortunately, like I've realized over the years that most time doesn't come from the actual coding itself. Instead, it's from tracking down errors. So I've kind of developed towards a more error avoiding style, and unfortunately that has cut down on the number of funny moments. Yeah. I say as I make the IDE poop a fully decorated Christmas tree. Okay, here we go. All right, let's move this into its own file. Move to Hitbox. Don't move to Hitbox. We're staying on Twitch. Is Hitbox still around, actually? Okay, so we have activate Hitbox sequence. It isn't? Aw, how unfortunate. And then deactivate hitboxes, identifier, hitbox.identifier. Okay. And then I need to actually start this somewhere. So this is not going to be public. Public void activate attack. This is going to be the public facing one. And this is going to take a hitbox identifier ID. And then this will invoke start coroutine sequence. Hitbox. Activate hitbox sequence for ID. I might need to save a reference to this coroutine so that I can stop it on demand. This is going to be lookup ID. Okay. Hitbox references. And then this hitbox reference should go in with the hitbox references as well. Why is hitboxes misspelled as well? Oh my god. Remember when everybody was going to move over to Hitbox because of, was it the music copyright stuff on Twitch? I can't remember the exact thing. That was probably a really long time ago now. Same with Twitch Plays Pokemon. Is that 2014? No, oh, that was Mixer. So Hitbox was something else. What was the Hitbox migration for? Oh, I think it was past broadcasts. Was that it? When they said that they were going to stop archiving all of past broadcasts? I think that might have been it. I remember in particular the speedrun community was really bent out of shape about it. Okay, so. So the question is, how do I go about dealing the damage to the things? Oh, and I guess we could have damage that isn't just, like health damage. Since we're having health be a status now, we can have the damage affect an arbitrary thing. So we can have hits that take away stamina or food, for example. Or make you thirsty. So maybe I'll... If I want maximum versatility, I guess I'll stick that on the hitbox itself. So we'll have another highlight null. Highlight null. Serialized field. Status identifier. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't try abstracting this. This would have caused a lot of issues. Smashcast. I've never heard of Smashcast. Interesting. Uh, okay, so that's hitbox identifier, status identifier. And then hitbox ID, and then public status identifier, status ID. Okay, and then I'll use those to determine how to deal the damage. I'll probably have a attack receiver script or something on the receiver of the attack. In Crazy Control, I called it Hurtbox to follow the fighting game terminology. I'll think about it. I am going to take a short break. I'll be back in 5 minutes or so. Let's see here. Should have a BRB. Yeah, okay. So I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Gonna grab a glass of water and such. And yeah, see you then. Okie dokie. Friendly reminder to everyone, always stay hydrated. Not just for the typical reasons, but also to avoid kidney stones because they suck. Water is the best for that. Not recently. I think 2 years ago now. Okay, where was I? Yeah, I had to get him surgically removed. Not pleasant. I had it for 3 months. They thought it went away, and then it didn't go away. It came back. There's a lot more surrounding that story, but I'll avoid telling it for now. It was rough. So there's this funny thing where let me remove the short break thing. Where doctors can get a bit, sus if you're having symptoms that aren't consistent, or it can be tough to track down what's actually causing the issue. So if you have two extremely painful things that happen around the same time, and none of the symptoms seem to fit with either one of them, it's hard to tell that you're actually having the two symptoms because no one would be that unlucky, right? Enter Legend of Link. Okay, so what was I doing? Hitboxes. That's right, hitboxes. Okay, so I guess let's create like a simple stab hitbox for the character. So we'll hop over the character here. Where are they? Player. For giggles, just a giant sphere hitbox. I guess these should always be triggers. Hitbox. The identifier, I guess I need okay, data. This is going to be folder statuses. It's going to be new folder hitboxes. Statuses, I'll go in there. And hitboxes. Hitbox identifier. We'll call this stab. All right, so we now have a stab hitbox. Rename this to stab hitbox and give it the stab identifier and the health status. So now we need a hitbox references. And we're going to have... Why is it called statuses? Hitbox identifier, hitbox references. Hitboxes. Hitbox types. What's the best... let's call it hitboxes. Why are we stabbing with a gun? Good question. Moving right along. All right, so we have one hitbox. This is going to take the stab identifier. It'll do 10 damage and have a duration of 0.5 or something. And then theoretically, we have standard, and within this is on the player, yeah? Yeah. We can create a... How does this work? So if I hop up here and say create script state, say script state, can I not do this? Hold on, how does this work? Create super state. Okay, so you cannot mix the script states in with other things. Can I convert this into a super state? In some way? I think convert only converts it to a graph. Can I stick you in there? How do I want to handle this? I don't have too much experience working with this, so what I would like to do is just stick this in there and maybe redirect these transitions so that they point to this instead. We'll call this movement. And this will be standard super. Hey, Popcornosaurus 9, how's it going? So I want to just drag and drop it on there. How do can I redirect? Okay, on begin interact event. Okay, can I cut and paste? Make transition. No? How does this work? You can cut it, but you can't paste. Very cool. Survival game. Yeah. That is the kind of game being made. So why can I not cut and paste here? Maybe I paste here? Replace? No? How does this work? Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna hop over to Unity's here. Unity visual scripting super state. Okay, this seems a little outdated. Think this is more up to date. Super. What's it called? Is it not called super? Yeah, create super state. Hey, Adrian, how's it going? Is that another modified emote? It's just super by itself a thing. State. It just seems really weird to me that you can cut a transition, but you can't paste a transition. Create a transition between states. Hello? Okay. That took a while to load a text page. That's fine. Okay, that's of zero help. All right. So I guess I can just copy these. Then I'll copy those, hop over here, and paste. Okay, that paste works. And boop. So on begin interact goes there, and then I want to cut these. And then in player standard super paste here. Delete those. And another transition to there. This time it's going to use this. Paste. Okay. Seems legit. And then this I can delete. And then toggle start. Okay, I think we're good now. Do I move around like normal? That is the question. I do. Okay. So, the fact that I can't, like... we'll call this one movement. I would like to be able to just drag things into states and have it automatically set it as like a child or something. But that seems to not work as intended. Wait a minute. No, I could have done it. I could have... hold on, let's see. If I create a script state here, and then cut that, and then paste. Okay, yeah, that could have worked. It's just the transitions that would have remained borked. Guess you gotta code it yourself, yep. Okay, hopefully these are still working. Not sure why they're missing their lightning icons. Okay, now that has it. It's Schrodinger's lightning bolt. That's fine. So, I wonder if these transitions occur same frame. So let's say I have a start state in here. And if I add a transition like to movement, if that'll activate the frame of, or if it'll have a frame delay. That could be another serious thing to consider here. But for now, I'll just keep it how it is. And we'll say, in addition to movement, we have a script state that is attack. And on enter state, we look at our, what is it, animator mediator? I should definitely call it a proxy. Let me do that real quick. Is this gonna cause the script graph to bork though? Mediator animator proxy. Okay, place your bets. Does this cause the script graph to erase everything or no? When I regenerate nodes. Failed to invoke data member, could not load connection. Regenerate nodes. Let's see. Not looking good. Well, actually, I guess it is, because we're just seeing warnings instead of errors. Hopefully it merely disconnected that one. Goodness, it's taken a while. Unity. Generate nodes completed. Okay, no errors at least. Okay, if I hop back to player, we get the null reference exception. If I go into interacting, okay, cool. It just marks it in red. That's ideal. So we'll say animator proxy. Set trigger. And this is going to be interact T. Perfect. And now we have a transition here. And what is this transition? How is this going to be fired? We have an event for attacking, I guess. Well, let me switch the music. I don't like vocals. Oh, we've gone through a lot of things. All right, so I could make a custom event, or I can just say like on click. So we have events, input, event button on pressed. I think I made an attack, or was it just fire? We'll just consider it fire. And then that causes that transition to fire. And then after some delay, we exit. Now that delay needs to be based on the hitbox system that we made, where we specified, gee, I wonder why there's no reference exception. It needs to be based on the hitbox thing, but not sure how to go about that. Hey, you know what's bigger than a tuna? I do not. What is bigger than a tuna? A three-na? Yeah, yep, I called it freaking... Oh my god. Okay. Hitbox. Titbox. Oh my god. That's gotta be a thing. That's probably a thing. Hitbox references. Is there activate attack? So Lara Croft has. Oh my god. How you doing, Dustin, dude? And then our ID is going to be stab. Stabby stab. And then this is going to be on enter state. Transitions to this. I don't know. What is smaller than a Tina? Yay. Oh, a coroutine checkbox? Hold on. Does that mean we can make these sequences of attacks without relying on the duration thing? The two NAs. I don't know. What do the two NAs mean? Can I do a wait for seconds? I can. I need a minute to process this. Oh, two NUs. Oh my god. Okay, this might render some of the stuff that I was doing unnecessary. So I had this activate and then deactivate thing, but instead I can manually plug in the number here, like say for 1 second, and then say hitbox deactivate, or reference deactivate attack. I don't have that method yet though. Overview. Take me back home. Okay. So instead of having this duration and damage thing, or maybe I'll still have the damage, but this duration I don't actually need to access with this IEnumerator. So instead of having this coroutine here, I can say public void deactivate attack. And instead of that, this is going to just say activate hitboxes ID, and then deactivate hitboxes ID. Yay for unnecessary abstractions, but whatever. That's because there's basically next to zero gameplay at the moment. However, with this power that we have acquired, we're going to hit 88 miles an hour real fast. So hitbox deactivate. No. Oh, I forgot to regenerate nodes. Ah! We'll say that's 5 push-ups. Alrighty, let me increment the counter here. Okay, so now I can do deact attack, and this is going to do stab. And then I could probably make a I can probably make this into a single node. You know what? Let's test that out. So if you can actually do this, this is going to be incredible. What I'd like to do is encapsulate all of these within a new graph. And then be able to just drag that in and have it follow the sequence from this specified graph. So graphs. Okay, let's see. If I create, hop over to graphs here, create, oh God. Visual scripting, script graph. We'll say this, hitbox sequence. And then paste. Why you no let me paste? Paste. Bruh. Why can't I paste? Whatever. Is there a... on control? Sequence? Okay, that's interesting. I haven't looked at the control flows and such. Is there an enter on the enter state? Coroutine. Act attack. And then can I add... is there like a start graph thing? All right, to Google. Unity visual scripting subgraphs. Subgraph appears as a single node that you can use in another visual effect graph or subgraph. Looking good, looking good. An operator subgraph specifically contains a set of operators packed together to use as an operator. Okay. Oh wait, this is the visual effect graph, not the visual scripting graph. Subgraph. In a script graph, you can add a node that links directly to another script graph. And this script graph is called a subgraph. You can link to an external. You can choose to define the ports that appear when you use that graph. Hold on, my music stopped. Why is my music stopped? View more. Mary Had a Little Christmas. Okay, we'll listen to that. And they spelled Mary M-E-R-R-Y. Okay, I can put ports on something. Choose and define the ports that appear when you use that graph as a subgraph. Okay, can I like drag and drop no, that doesn't work. Rune definition will break existing. Okay, that's fine. Input. Oh, okay. Okay, so we remove onState enter. The question is, can this be used with coroutines? So let's activate attack. And then we need an additional thing. Instead of my key label, this is just called input. And then we have data inputs. The key is going to be ID. I don't know what the difference between key and label is. Hold on. flow. And then this is, okay, I don't know. Okay. Flow. Okay, I have no idea what I'm doing, but hopefully it'll work. ID cannot be null. That's fine. Label ID type hitbox identifier. And that goes to there. And we also have a wait for seconds thing. So key duration, label duration. Hello. Type is float. And then this is going to go to a wait for seconds thing. That goes to there. And then deactivate attack. Okay, it's a little messy, but gets the point across, I think. And then output. What was the term they used for it? No. Cease. Okay. What is this called? Nesting output. Okay, I'm not sure how this works, but we'll go with it. And then on the player graph, standard super on attack, instead of embed, we change to graph, switch, and use hitbox sequence, maybe? But I can't specify the input values here, so no, we want embed, and then on state enter, use hitbox sequence, and give it the ID. Nope. Box identifier, stab, and then duration. It's kind of annoying. It doesn't let me edit them directly. Float literal. There should be a way of editing it directly. Yeah, I'm not sure. Unfortunately, there's no output, so I do need to define some kind of output in order to get it to work. I do need to use the restroom again, unfortunately, so I will be back shortly. Where's my BRB? There it is. All right, BRB. Okie dokie. So, I need to find a way to stick an output on that. Let's see here. Did I have another Unity thing open? Okay, so this hitbox sequence, there is no trigger output. Data outputs. Okay. Flow. Type, no type. Oh, no. This is flow. This is not. Remove. Flow. Doke. Now do I have access to output? I do. Okay. Except for it doesn't let me do the thing. God, this is weird. Okay, we'll say my output not properly configured and is currently ignored. Okay, so that would be the thing. I don't understand why this trigger output isn't summary. Oh, I guess I should hide label on that. Okay, yeah. Okay, this is kind of weird. Surely there's something in the docs to help me out here, yeah? Subgraphs. Okay. Find a trigger input to add a control output port. Find a trigger output to add control input port to any output node you add. That's what I did, but it didn't seem to actually appear. Okay, I added a trigger output. Let's see here. Oh. Flow out. Okay, I just needed to give it a unique name. So now I should be able to do that. And we'll see if this works. In addition to this wait thing, I think I'll have, or I can just edit this in code. In code, we'll have activate attack, debug.log, activating id.name. Deactivating id.name. All right. And then see if, when I hit the attack button, we transition to the state and if the coroutine seems to flow properly. Okay, lots of warnings. I'm going to pretend I didn't see them. Okay, so theoretically, null reference exception Object reference not set to an instance of an object. It's fine. Everything's fine. Standard super should have a transition to what is your major malfunction? Flow is not used by this unit. Nani? What is chainable? I don't know what that means. Call this flow in. Okay, it's not letting me change the key. Why not? Whatever. Okay, so flow in, hide label. Okay, now it's fine? Why was it... Okay, whatever. Debug.log. String literal. Sequence complete. Okie doke. Now, if I go into play mode, how badly does everything crash? Invalid operation, port enter, wait for seconds can only be triggered in a coroutine. Coroutine. Okay, we have activating stab. Oh! Wait, how long is the stab supposed to take? What in the world? Oh, I haven't take 5 seconds? 0.5. Okay, clear. And then... activating stab, deactivating stab. Wow, that... it just worked how I wanted it to. That's incredible. Let's go visual scripting. But now the character can't move because they're stuck in the... Okay, now what I want is actually has exit time. Can I... Here, so we have our standard super. And I want it to... Hold on. Yeah, I already fixed that. You don't need to yell at me. Yeah, there's no coroutine checkbox here. Oh, whatever. It seems to work, so I guess I'll just ignore it highlighting it red. But what I want to do is have this transition happen after the flow is complete here. So is there an exit? Transition. Control. Once. Oh, that's interesting. Could use that for initialization, I guess. So I could set some variable here. And then in the transition, I can check that variable. But I can't imagine that that's the only way you can activate that. So, more Googling. Let's see here. 'Cause transition. Embed the graph for the transition in the transition node or link to an external graph. Okay, that explains why the input and output things for graphs were separate. Oh, trigger transition. That could be it. It doesn't seem to take any parameters. Does it just work then? Let's see. No? Pointer must be within... Graph pointer must be within a unity nested state transition for this operation. Okay, I did something wrong. Oh, it's not available from the context I'm trying to use. Any transition nodes with a configured transition script graph, display the name. Okay, I guess I need to like define an event. So I can say like an interacting, or no, this isn't what I want. Wait, no. Player, standard super, script state, cannot trigger transition. So instead, event. Event triggered, despite sounding like what I want, isn't actually it. Send transition. Why do so many... Wait, it's just taking the trans part of my query, not the position. Can I like stick it in quotes and have it? Trigger state transition. It's what we just tried to no avail. Oh, trail position, and it takes the tra and adds on the position. Oh my god. The fact that it highlights things in red when there isn't actually an issue is a little annoying. Unless there's some way of specifying that this is a coroutine outside of this. Or not that. Outside of this. This is marked as coroutine, so it should be fine, but it's not. All right, let's see what event stuff we have access to. Trigger custom event. Do transition. And then custom event. Do transition. Okay, maybe that works. Can't imagine that's particularly performant, but it seems like it's the best option here. Okay, stab, and then back to walking. Okay, seems good. Of course, it looks jank as heck, but that's what I want for now. I might have a... I might set the movement in like a subgraph and then have a multiplier, multiplier, so that I can adjust the speed of movement from some input. I didn't need to regen nodes this time, thankfully. Regen nodes is only needed when adding some new signature, changing some signature, and the like. You don't need to do it if you alter the behavior of something. I think. Excuse me. So it is very weird to me that I need to do this custom shenaniganry. There should be a more elegant way of handling that. Like on coroutine end or something. So let me hop back to this here. We'll say Unity visual scripting trigger transition on coroutine end. Time nodes. Wait for frame cooldown. God, this thing is so powerful. Cooldown implements the time restriction. Huh. Wow. God, there's a lot of options for these things, but unfortunately not the specific one that I need. Okay, this person made a custom flow node. Coroutine runner. This might be untouched territory for now. Which is a little obnoxious. Maybe I'll write a custom script for this. Because I feel like the custom event could cause issues. Let's see here. How would I handle this? So I want it to only trigger the transition of the state that it's in directly. Maybe the custom event is the best way of handling that for now. But it could activate things in nested. Nested issues. This is so obnoxious. So if something doesn't have that many capabilities, you know, it's like whatever. But when it has a lot of capabilities, but it's just missing one thing, it's kind of uniquely frustrating because it's like it's so close to being awesome. But it is. I guess I can just continue with doing it this way until I run into issues. Strolling merrily along the path to disaster. So I guess we can try adding a receive damage thing onto these guys now. So let's hop back into actual code. Say public class hurtbox mono behavior. And then I guess we do on trigger enter. Void on trigger enter. Fire call if other dot get component hitbox. Okay, how do I want to delegate the responsibility of these things? So there's two situations that I want to handle. One is using the same hitbox for multiple hits. So what I'm thinking of is like Link's down air in Smash, where you can pogo off of somebody and then after a certain amount of time it hits again. I guess that value should be handled by the attack itself. So maybe I'll have like a rehit delay variable on the hitbox. The hitbox reference specifically. Maybe. Should I have the hurtbox handle any of that is the question. Or should I have the hurtbox ask the hitbox if it should be hit? Or better yet, do I have the hitbox send the messages to begin with? I think that might be the ideal. I'll probably want to add in hitbox and hurtbox layers. Let me get rid of these while I'm thinking. Okay, let me hop over to the hitbox script. And we'll say void on trigger stay, because I want to enable multi-hits, but only after a certain time. And then I'll have some structure of hurtbox references. Because I don't want it to be able to hit one hurtbox on a target and then hit the other hurtbox on it. So I need some standard way of referencing the parent of them. I guess we could have a hurtable script. Public class hurtable mono behavior. Stick that in its own class, or its own file rather. And then var hurtable equals other dot get component hurtbox dot hurtable. And then on the Hurtbox, we have a public hurtable get private set, and then in awake, hurtable equals get component and parent hurtable assert dot is not null hurtable. And stick that in its own file. And then so I probably want like a multiplier that I can stick on the hitboxes for increasing the damage if it's in a certain range, for example, like a tipper for Marth's attacks or something like that. I'm starting to see a lot of similarities between what I'm doing here and what I did for the Mario 64 thing. I remember I had a Hitboxer component, and that might be what I do here. I might swap the name of Hitbox references out for Hitboxer, and then Hitboxer can contain the responsibility of determining whether to re-hit something or not. And then this on trigger stay thing on the hitbox just forwards the responsibility onto that. And then in awake, I'll create a field for this. Hitboxer, and then make it a field. Hitboxer dot try hit, pass in the hurtable, or maybe I should just pass it in the hurtbox specifically. Hurtbox, and then in hitbox references, we have public void try hit hurtbox box. I guess I also need a hitbox, hurtbox. Stop telling me it's spelled wrong. This, the hurtbox. And this is where we will do the magic. Hurtbox.hurtable. Hurtable will have a reference to statuses. Hurtable public status references statuses void awake statuses component statuses status references and add a require component. want to make sure I have a tree of dependencies here instead of like a cyclical thing. So the status references is going to be the root of the tree. And then it branches off into herdable. I don't think there's any other dependencies. But this will make sure that that goes wrong, or that goes right, that it doesn't go wrong even. Getting down with the cyclicalness. Hitbox dot okay, so this is going to take responsibility of the cooldowns and such for hitting repeatedly. And you know, maybe I will have a hard-coded thing for that small script graph that I created. The coroutine thing. Maybe I will just have the actual coroutine available. And I just deleted it as well. Because the fact that I need to create like literal nodes in order to hook them up is just a little obnoxious. Question is, can I have the output? I don't yet know how the coroutines are handled. If I specify like a public coroutine, if I can start that coroutine and have the flow do something later on. So hurtbox.hurtable. Take damage. We're going to say it might need a, well, we'll add that public method. Public void take damage. And then it's going to take a status identifier to take, or to damage, and then an int damage amount. And then status is dot lookup to damage dot current value minus equals damage amount. Okay, we successfully kicked the can all the way to the end of the curb. Okay, hitbox references, take damage, hitbox dot status ID and hurtbox, or is that all I need? Then I need a damage. Hitbox dot, I guess I'll need a multiplier times, do I need to get this lookup? Times lookup of hitbox ID dot damage. And on hitbox we have public float multiplier equals 1. And then I'll need to make sure that it's converted back into an int. Int of that. Duration. I guess I will end up using the duration, and then we'll add in that hitbox sequence thing. Public void activate sequence. Instead of void, we'll have this be enumerator. Hitbox or hit identifier. And then this is going to say, once I fix this, lookup of identifier, yield return, new wait 4 seconds, reference dot duration. We'll do activate hitboxes here. All right, now I want to see how visual scripting actually handles this. So instead of this hitbox sequence thing, regenerate nodes. That's not 5 push-ups because I remembered before actually typing it into the search. So we'll see if this coroutine sequence thing is available. And what did I call it? I called it activate hitbox sequence. All right, let's see. Act hit sequence. Okay, so the question is whether it is smart enough to use start coroutine on this, or if it just does it directly. I assume it would error out if it tried doing it directly. Wait, what's this? What is this symbol? Result. Okay, so I wonder if this is what I need to use instead. Oh, okay, I can't use that as flow. Do I need to do like wait? How does this work? Maybe there's a start coroutine. Not sure that's what I want. Let's try it though. So we'll add node, start coroutine for the routine, and then this goes into there. Yeah, okay. That's not as elegant as I would want. Maybe I could have a custom flow. So I want to be able to just use a single node to activate the hitbox sequence. It looks like with this, I would have to use that additional node that I just deleted, this one. Ooh, it looks like you can actually chain the coroutines together using this. So I think the double arrows mean that it's a coroutine. Or otherwise an IEnumerator flow of some kind. So what I'd like to see is if I can add in like an action. Let's say I have a public void trigger sequence. Hitbox identifier ID, and then this itself invokes the start coroutine. But we have an additional thing, action on complete, and then action on complete. And so this will go start coroutine, activate hitbox sequence with ID and on complete. And then perhaps I would be able to use on complete as some kind of flow out. And then I actually need to invoke it here. I'm not sure how it handles actions and such. It's a simple survival game. Paleolithic era type thing. Uh-oh, everything is borked now. Okay, let's regenerate nodes. So you want to replay SevTech? Absolutely. That was a thing that I did bring up in some of the design discussion meetings with Polyperfect. Unfortunately, none of the people had ever played it, so I had to just describe its awesomeness to them. Generation complete. Okay, let's try and standard super, script state on enter. Okay, that hitbox sequence is causing a bunch of errors. Okay, so what was the new one that I created? It was called the trigger sequence. Hit trigger sequence. Okay, yeah, so the on complete, I was hoping that it would stick the on complete like on the other end so I could use it as a delegate. Doesn't seem to work that way though. Yeah, I would always do the tech stuff and you would do like the blood magic or whatever route that was available in that age. God, there was so much stuff in that. Unga bunga. We never did do, what was it called? Steve's carts or something? Apparently that was really powerful, but we never touched it. So trigger sequence, yeah, that isn't gonna work. So the other thing was activate hitbox sequence. Act hit seek. So this is where presumably I would have to use the start coroutine node in order to get it to work how I want. But let's just see what happens if I plug it directly into this. We'll add a sequence complete string here, and then see if sequence complete immediately starts upon me attacking. Missing value. Hold on. Identifier is stab. Okay. Missing value. Is it on complete that is... Yeah. I guess it doesn't let you have null for one of the parameters. That's a little obnoxious. All right, let me just remove it from the thing entirely since it doesn't work how I want it anyways. And I'll need to regenerate nodes. Yeah, Minecraft fun as hell. You have a better computer now, right? You will soon, all right. Let's see here, regenerate nodes. All right. I remember hearing about how Bedrock was supposed to have like custom node or not nodes. God, I've been doing too much visual scripting. Custom like code that you could add somehow as part of resource packs or something. But I've never seen any custom stuff added to Bedrock. Data packs, is that it? So do data packs act like mods? And do people actually use them? Like, is it a legit thing? Okay, hitbox sequence. Big command files. So I can't like add in a CSX file and have it execute that or something? Sequence. Hitbox sequence. All right. So let's try it this time. That goes in there. This is stab. Okay. So do we get the sequence complete thing? If we get it instantly on me clicking, then that makes me a sad panda. That seems a little delayed. Hold on. Let's see here. What if I set the duration to 2 seconds? I don't know. It's just a phrase that I've heard. Who did I hear it from? Was it Husky Starcraft? Nope, we are in Frowncy Townsy. Okay, so what happens if I do this? Okay, that doesn't work. If I do... What if I do this and set the flow to that, and then the flow goes to there? Would that work how I want it to work? And then that goes there. No, that... Hold on. Okay, this is really weird. Deselect that. That goes in there. Okay, I want a 2-second delay before sequence complete pops up. Missing value. Input from... Whoa, how'd that get disconnected? Clear. Fudge muffins. What if I then do this? Okay, no, that won't work. It's fading it out. Yeah, this is obnoxious. To Google. Let's see here. Unity visual scripting. Unity visual scripting. Coroutine. So maybe I will just use the subgraph thing I was using previously. I would like to be able to just have it a single node. So I guess to describe what the issue is right now. So I have this hitbox sequence subgraph here. And what this does is it goes in, it activates the hitboxes, waits the specified amount of time, and then deactivates the hitboxes. And I have code that can do that exact same thing right here. Activate, wait, deactivate. The reason I'd rather do it in code is, one, the code is more efficient, although that's not a huge issue. But two, if I use this sequence that I've created here, instead of being able to specify stuff directly. Hold on, I'm lost. Hello? What? Standard super. Script state. Okay, here we go. God, everything's a mess. Hold on. Let me clear those. If I try and use the graph directly. No! Stop! Oh my god. This happens so many times. Hitbox sequence here. Then I can't type in the values directly here. Like, I'd like to be able to just... Oh, that's nice. How'd I do that? No, stop. Out. In. Okay. Well, somehow I focused on that node. Whatever. I'd like to be able to just type in the duration here instead of having to go float literal and then type in the duration here and have all of that. Like, it's just so inelegant. And that bothers me because I have to go through each of these extra steps. But it seems like this is the only way of doing it now. So if I give this a 2-second delay, then I should see sequence complete after 2 seconds after stabbing. Stabby. Sequence complete, yeah. How obnoxious. Now, I could have the, this hitbox sequence thing, instead of having the duration plugged into it, I could get the duration from the attached hitbox references. Let me see if I can do that. Hitbox references dot, do I have a lookup? Expose hitbox, activate attack. Get lookup, it's not letting me. I guess I could expose a public method for it. Hold on, let's see. We have get lookup. Get dictionary item. And the key is going to be the ID. And then that is what is used. Okay, this is a little obnoxious. I'll make it less convoluted by just saying public float get duration for hitbox identifier ID, and then this just returns lookup of ID dot duration, and that'll make it a lot less spaghetti. And that'll mean that I don't have to manually input the duration every time I want to activate a sequence, as I am doing here. Instead, after I regenerate nodes, no push-ups, I will be able to, it'll just grab it from the attached thing. And then I can edit the parameters of the attacks in the inspector directly instead of having to jump layers deep into the state machine. Come on. Ah. So we should have a get duration. Oh god. What was it? Hit get duration. Hitbox references get duration from ID. ID goes in there. Duration goes into delay. And now I no longer need this duration here. So we can nuke that. Remove. And then data inputs. Somehow didn't have it. Maybe it just removed it when I removed it from this list. That probably broke some other stuff though. Okay, delete that. Okay, nice. It handled it relatively elegantly at least. So now because on the player I have the hitbox references stab and the duration they're listed as 2, we should see a 2-second delay after I attack for it to pop out as sequence complete. So 1, 2, sequence complete. Perfect. And then if I adjust the duration of the attack here, we'll set it to 1 second instead. Hit play. Go. 1. Perfect. All right. So that is a nice hitbox management system. Now we need to make sure that it can actually do damage. So on the hitbox reference, if I go to the stab hitbox, we can see that it affects health, has a multiplier of 1, and the damage that it will be multiplying is 10. Now I need a hurt box on the NPC, or a hurtable script. And why is statuses actually available? Did I not make that a property? Hurtable. Get private set. Okay. Now it should not be accessible. Okie doke. And then I'm now in the NPC graph. It looks like it automatically changed to that. Let me just minimize that. Okay, so no more in the hurtable thing. And then for now on take damage, I will just say debug.log ouchie ouch. And then put in the damage amount. Okay. Now on the NPC, I should have a capsule collider. Actually, the character controller, I think, acts as a capsule collider by default. But I should just add a hurt box to them. Let's just add a hurt box directly and see if it works out. Okay. Ouchie ouch. It actually worked. First try. Oh, and it depleted his health. I didn't even notice that. Of course, we haven't added in the no rehit logic yet. But there goes his health. Perfect. So if I were to add a health component to the NPC here, health reservoir, you can see it has some events like on death, on revive, and such. Since we're not using the health reservoir directly, I might... Like, instead I could have an attack that takes out his hunger instead. So I'm not sure if a revive event would make sense for hunger and such. So I'm not sure how I want to handle those events. Oh, but also that confirms that some stuff that I hadn't tested yet works as well. So the health bar updated. The health bar is not actually updating every frame. Instead, it updates when there's a change event on that particular status reference. And it looks like that actually works. So that's good. Now to add in the rehit stopper. The question is, what is this going to be the responsibility of? I think I'm going to have it as a list on the Hitboxer. Let me actually rename that now. Hitbox references, and we'll change this to Hitboxer. And save. All right. Hitboxer is my favorite boxer too. All right. I wish the assembly reloads would go a bit faster. I swear they should be going faster because I have assembly definitions set up in a manner that I think makes it so like it should only need to reload a fraction of the code instead of the 300 plus code files that are as part of the like crafting framework and such. But still seems to take a while. So let me publish changes. We'll say this is Hitboxes. It's uploading 38 megabytes. I guess that's because of the visual scripting shenanigans. I think there's a generated part. Where would that be? Well, can't tell now because everything just finished. But I think there's some portion that is generated from visual scripting graphs that is obnoxiously large. Maybe I'll have to stick that in the collab ignore file at some point. But that's for later. For now, let's add in the no rehit logic. So I think on the hitbox reference, I should add another public float. Rehit delay. We'll have it 1 by default. Duration. Yeah, we should just have defaults for all of these. Duration of 0.1f. Rehit delay of 1f. Damage equals 10. And then, I suppose in the future I would also want some way of getting a callback when a particular hitbox has collided with something. If we wanted to do like Link's down air pogo thing, where I could say on hitbox ID down air hit, and then just swap the vertical velocity or something. That's a good one. I might steal that. All right, we have public. Okay, I guess I would want to create a custom callback event. Programmer flirting, yep. You got a programmer insult? Lay it on me. Oh my god. Okay, so if I wanted to create a, well, I'll deal with that when I need the functionality, when I need pogo functionality. So we have the duration, we have the try hit. I need a list of a dictionary of lists. The dictionary key is going to be the hitbox identifier. So it's going to be similar to this, except for instead of hitbox references being the value, it's going to be a list of key value pairs? Key value pair. Or maybe this can be a tuple? Is that a thing? I haven't actually used like tuples ever. Maybe tuple is more accurate in this case. And it'll be a tuple of herdable and float. So the herdable is going to be the thing that it hit, and then the float is going to be the time since the last hit, or at least the countdown until that time is complete. Yeah, okay. So rehit delay lookup. And then, or maybe I want it to be a dictionary of dictionaries instead of a dictionary of lists. Yeah, we'll have a dictionary of dictionaries. Dictionary, and then instead of, if I can spell, instead of a tuple, we'll have a dictionary with the herdable as the key, and then the float as the value. Let me add rehit to the dictionary. Okay, so I will also need, okay, so right here I will do the logic to see if it needs to hit. So we'll say var hit lookup equals rehit delay lookup of hitbox dot hitbox ID. And then if hit lookup dot contains key hurtbox dot herdable, we'll make this a bool. Return false, otherwise take damage and return true. But if we do that, then we need to say hit lookup of hurtbox dot herdable equals hitbox. We'll say lookup of hitbox dot ID dot duration. And then in an update loop, we subtract by delta time for everything that is in the rehit delay lookup. So for each item in rehit delay lookup, okay, I might get like an out of sync error if I try and edit it directly. So if I were to just try for each var thing in item dot in item var val in that, and then wait, dot value, and then I tried to do val dot value minus equals time dot delta time. Yeah, sure enough, that gives an error. So I think I want to do item dot value dot keys, and then say item val what's wrong with this? Can apply indexing to key value pair. Or wait, so val is the key value pair. No, val is herdable? Okay, so item dot value is what I want to look at. So item dot value of val minus equals time dot delta time. This still might give an error. I'm not sure. Oh my god. I don't think I've really ever actually looked up programmer jokes such as that. Or maybe I've looked up programmer jokes, but not programmer pickup lines. I wouldn't be surprised if that's like a subreddit. Nerdy pickup lines or something. In fact, I'm going to Google that right now. Nerdy pickup lines Reddit. No, it doesn't look like it's an actual subreddit. How unfortunate. And then I need to go through again and say if item.value val is less than or equal to 0, then I need to remove it from the dictionary. This definitely will cause an issue. To avoid garbage collection, I'm going to have a static list of, what type is this? Herdable? List of key value pair. God, this is far more complicated than it should be. List of key value pair. This is hitbox identifier herdable to remove. Why is this so complicated? Okay. We say to remove dot add new key value pair of item dot key, and then item dot value val, or no, item dot value just by itself. Item dot value dot key. There's so many. My mind's exploding. Clearly I need an old-fashioned donut hole. 1 second. Alrighty. You haven't had old-fashioned donuts? God, they're incredible. Okay, there's too many key value stuffs everywhere. I don't actually know like what does and doesn't contain gluten. Okay, so I need of type herdable. So I want, oh, just val here I think works. Okay, and then for each var item in to remove, rehit delay lookup of item.key.remove. I'll need to add an additional clause here. Or no, I won't. Remove item.value. What are you yelling at me for. Deconstruct variable. What? Weird anonymous type crap. Let's not deconstruct it. No, you know what? Let's deconstruct it because we can. Anything containing wheat. Huh. That sucks. Like, you can't eat bread? I didn't even know that was a thing. They're whole wheat bread, I guess. Okay. I think this works. Bruh. Okay, so, I think that's actually all I need to get this to work. If it actually works how I intend, and by how confused I got when writing this, probably will not work. But let's see. Success will be if ouchie ouch appears once when I stab. Everything's broken. Hold on. No, it didn't appear at all. Let's see here. Try hit. If it contains key, return false. Otherwise, take damage. Was there an error that I didn't see? No? Debug.log. Oh, wait. Is it because it didn't compile? No. Debug.log. Trying hit. I don't understand. If it appears 0 times, that means failure. Which it was. Wow, it even says failure here. Excellent. Okay, Stabby. Wait, is this just not in range? Hold on. I don't want to deal with any, domain reload shenanigans. So let me do this real quick. And then I guess I need to do to remove dot clear. Then we can add another debug.log here because debug.log all the things. Ohio. Japanese is hard. And poor Unity will recompile the assembly for the 3rd time. Oh, hi, morning mas. Yamete kuda stop. Nothing. You get nothing. You lose. Okay, why is nothing now? I shouldn't have, sorry, Masen. I... JKLMNOP. I shouldn't have done anything that affected the first hit. Like, I should be getting this. Maybe there's some domain reload shenanigans that's actually happening here. Let me find editor, enter play mode options. There we go. Disable that. Enter play mode. Why is Hitboxer green? Probably spelling error. Yep. Rehit delay lookup. Never updated. That wouldn't explain why we're not getting the thing, but it would explain why it wouldn't work afterwards. Oh my god, now. Hold on, did the visual scripting graph break? On fire press to do that, and then in here. Oh. That have done it? I don't think so. Triggers do transition. I didn't have time to mute, my apologies. Yeah, do transition should be fired. Did I dab? Oh my god. Okay, I don't think it's a domain reload issue. Unity? Okay. So if I stab... Okay, maybe the... Maybe this thing got borked? Yeah, I never got a sequence complete thing. Oh, what? What is going on here? That would explain it. Okay, the node failed to define. I don't think I made any signature changes, but I guess I'll try regenerating nodes. Anytime now. Reminder to drink water. No, it's... Oh, it's because I renamed it to Hitboxer. Well, at least it didn't delete everything. Replace Hitboxer, activate attack. So yeah, after doing that, I should have reloaded things as well. It wouldn't have stopped the issue, but yeah, that's 5 push-ups, because I did forget to do something I would have needed to do, so... Yeah, I do have another webcam somewhere. I'm not sure if I want to go through the trouble of setting it up, though. Let me just go ahead and increment the push-up counter here. Wait, didn't I previously update it to 10? No, it was only 5 earlier. Properties. Jew. Okie doke. So replace that with Hitboxer get duration. Replace with hit deac. All right, we good now. We do have another null reference exception. I'll ignore that and see if it works. Player is not moving. Okay. Key not found exception. Decided not to show it either. Oh, I need to initialize all of these in awake. For each var item in rehit delay lookup. That was that underline that it was telling me about earlier that I ignored. No, for each var item in hitboxes. Yeah. Oh, I guess I can do it as part of this loop. Rehit delay lookup dot add item dot identifier new dictionary herdable float. All right, we good now. Hopefully. Okie doke. Poke. Ohio. Collection was modified. Yeah, it still did cause an issue. I could box the... Okay, this is annoying. So the problem is right here. I believe if I remove this, the error goes away, but it also doesn't function. Let's see. Yep, error went away. Everything works except for what's supposed to work. So how do I do this without modifying the enum? Like I can box it so that maybe we'll consider it. I think I like Ohio better. これがスタブだと? Uh, no, really, how do I adjust the values without boxing? Surely I don't need to box for this. And yet somehow I cannot think of Well, I could say, all right. You know what? It's quick and dirty. It's fine. For each for item in Hitboxes, var hitbox ID in hitboxes.select h goes into h.identifier. If not, item.value.contains key, hitbox, that's not going to work. This is really obnoxious. This is one of those simple things that it's like, it's never been in this exact situation, so I'm not sure how to approach it. So the issue right now, if you're not familiar, is you're not allowed to modify the contents of a collection that is currently being enumerated over. So right here, when I say item.value of val minus equals that, I'm changing item.value, and that affects what val is, and so it has a hissy fit. If I had a list of lists instead, a list of tuples, then I could get away with it, I guess. But then I would incur the cost of iterating through the whole list. I guess that's not too much. So let's just do that for now. No, cease. Go back. What have I done? Okay, we're fine. A tuple or a tuple? List of tuple. And I guess we'll figure out how tuples work as well. New. And then this will be in a for loop instead of a for each. And that's what will allow the doing of the things. For var I equals 0, I is less than item dot value dot count I plus plus. Item dot value I dot item 2 minus equals. Can I really not edit that? Are you serious? Okay, item dot value I equals new tuple of that. Item dot value I dot item 1. Item dot value I dot item 2 minus time dot delta time. Why do I do this? And then if item dot value I dot item 2 is less than or equal to 0, wait, why are you yelling at me? Why do you want me to specify the created type? No. Then to remove dot add. And then I guess this should be a tuple. Tupele. Dot add new tuple of item dot value dot I dot God. Oh my lord. This is gonna be item dot key from that, and then for each if that, then dot remove I need to specify. This is where we're incurring the cost of doing such a roundabout method. I need to get the index of the thing that matches the criteria and then remove it from there. And that's the iterating over the list thing that I specified would cause slight triggering earlier for people who are averse to inefficient code. Such as myself. Why am I doing this to myself? So we'll say dot remove at rehit delay lookup dot index key dot index of I really can't put in a clause. Hold on. Dot first on index. Find index. Okay, here we go. Predicate. Tuple goes into t dot. This is so confusing for me. Okay. Dot find index where herdable equals value. Okay, I think that'll work. I did like this exact thing in the Mario 64 thing, but for some reason, let's say dot contains or I guess contains can have a predicate in it too, right? T goes into no, stop. T dot What is tulpa? Hit lookup is of what type? Oh, hit lookup dot contains. Okay, I'm confused now. Dot any. we'll just do any. T goes into T dot. Item 1 equals T dot or hurtbox dot hurtable. Hit lookup of oh my god, there's so many index ofs. I'm not sure if I can take this. Like, I might actually be hitting my physical limit of index ofs. So at least we found out that limit is 3. Because I can just put an index of thing in here. Hit lookup. It hurts to write. It hurts to write. Hit dot find index. H goes into H dot item 1. Oh wait, hold on. Hit lookup dot add. Okay, we're fine. Dot add. And this is going to be hurtbox dot hurtable. Okay. No? Why are you like this? Do I need to do like new tuple? Okay, we're good. Jesus. Deconstructed tea. That sounds like a British scientist's favorite drink. All right. We'll see how bad that managed to screw everything up. I think we had success. Ouchie ouch. Yes, we did. How the hell did that work? Well, whatever, dude. I'll take it. We take those. Okay, let's get rid of trying hit. That's how we do things here on the Legend of Link stream. Find Ohio. Oh, I already got rid of it. I guess I should also have an additional thing where... What am I listening to right now? It sounds like the Octarians invaded a lo-fi thing. So the question is here, on deactivate attack, do I go through the rehit delay lookup and remove everything that has it so that if the attack is activated again, it'll be able to hit? Or do I... So what I'm thinking of is if we were making like a Smash game and we wanted to have a grab invincibility thing, like in Smash when you break out of a grab, you have a few seconds where you can't be grabbed again. If I wanted something like that, then I would want it so that the rehit delay persists even after the deactivation of the attack. But for most purposes, I think I would want it to... For now, I will just leave it as is. All right, but I will need to reduce the rehit delay on this. So we have stab and rehit delay is 1 right now. We can take it to 0.2 or something. It lasts for a full second. Okay, let's reduce its duration to 0.1. I'm wondering if I should add in a wind-up thing directly to the Hitboxes script, or if I should take care of that within the script graph that actually calls that. So like right here where I say hitbox sequence, if I should have this take care of a delay at the start, or if I should have a wait for seconds thing here. I think I want to have the wait for seconds thing. I want to be able to activate stuff instantly regardless of other things. Maybe... But that would also mean I'd have to venture into here to edit the balance of the game, and it might be better for me to be able to edit that from just here specifically. And doing it from here specifically also opens up the possibility for buffs later on, like increased attack speed and such. So I think maybe I'll add it to the hitboxes thing here. Yeah, let's do that. So first I'll change this name from hitbox reference to attack reference. Each attack has a list of hitboxes. That should reduce some of the ambiguity in some of the things. Now that's going to destroy what data I have here. Or maybe not, but when I rename it from hitboxes to attacks, it will. Oh, I really want to rename it from hitbox identifier to attack identifier. I'm going to need to redo some stuff, but it should be fine. So renaming. Okay, I'm going to publish my changes before I screw everything up, and we're going to go through some mass renaming. Renaming stuff. Oh, and I gotta wait for 38 megabytes again. Well, in the meantime, I will take a short restroom break. BRB. Alrighty. I think there's actually a number of things that I want to change. In particular, In addition to being able to specify what resource or what status you want it to damage, I think I want to be able to have multiple things that it can damage. So, for example, if you were hunting a creature or something, you could have an attack that does damage and also reduces its stamina. Yeah. So, the annoying thing is, though, right now to adjust what a thing damages, I need to find the hitbox. So I need to like hop down to stab hitbox, and then on there say hit the health. Um, while that versatility might be nice, I think it might be more than is necessary for now. I think the ease of being able to adjust it from the player specifically would be superior. So I think I'm going to add it to the attack thing here. So now we begin the renaming and redoing stuff. So we have attack reference. Instead of hitboxes here, we have attacks. And then we have activate attack, activate hitboxes. I don't think this trigger sequence is necessary anymore, but I'll leave it for now. So on this, I'll have a public status list of status identifiers. Public list status identifier. No, it's not going to be status identifier. It's going to be another type of struct. We'll say public struct damage info. And this is going to... Do I want to call it damage or something else? Yeah, we'll call it damage. And then I can just stick in negative to have it recover. So damage info is going to be a public status identifier target status, and then public int amount. And then we have a list of damage infos. And then theoretically, on the damage receiver, I could have it so it substitutes the target status. So if we suddenly wanted to have this a magic game, you know, like a freaking Final Fantasy Tactics, we could have an ability that makes it so that HP damage is converted to MP damage or something. This would allow that. So, not that that's necessary for this. So we'll say damages. I need to make sure that this is serializable. And right now, rehit delay isn't being used. That can't be right. I swear it's being reused for something. Add. Look up hitbox ID.duration. Hold up. Oh no, rehit delay is different. Okay, I don't want duration, I want rehit delay here. Okay, I'm glad I found that sooner rather than later. Okay, so we have a list of damages, and then why is that not throwing an error though? Okay, we have hitbox, and hitbox does not have a status identifier anymore, so we'll comment that out. And follow the chain of errors. Dot take damage. This is going to be look up hitbox ID. We'll say this. This is hitbox ID. Oh. Or wait, no, this isn't hitbox ID. This is an attack reference. This is the ID. Okay, this does hitbox ID. No? What is it looking for? Oh, it's looking for status. So we're going to say look up, or no, I want the attack reference dot, I need a for each here. Or do I want the hurt box to just receive the attack reference and then it decides what to do from there? That might simplify some things. I do need to find a way of sending it the hitbox multiplier though. I could just directly send it a multiplier. Take damage, instead of status identifier, it'll take in a attack reference. Or you know what, we can have both. We'll call this receive attack, and this takes an attack reference. And then this just invokes take damage for all of the children. For each attack reference, or to damage, I'll rename that later. Dot damages. Status is damage dot, or status is dot lookup. Damage dot target status. This equals damage. Is that it? What is your major malfunction? Minus equals damage dot amount. Or take damage. Damage dot target status. Damage dot Okay, that simplifies things. This should be attack. This can be a float multiplier times multiplier. And then in Hitboxer, we say attack reference, and this is receive attack with hitbox.multiplier. Okie doke. That seems to have all worked out. Now, okay, I'm going to do the mass renaming. We'll say, instead of Hitboxer, this is attacker. Once Unity finishes compiling, don't want to cause any weird errors. Doke. So we now have attacker as attack references. Then we can activate and deactivate the attack. That calls activate hitboxes. Say register hitbox with attack. And then instead of hitbox ID and hitbox identifier, this is called attack identifier. Okay. And then I should probably add in a check to see if there are no hitboxes for a particular attack. So, let's hop back to attacker. And on activate hitboxes for an attack, we can say if not not reference no, what did you do? Okay. It'd be weird if you don't have semicolons in there. If not reference dot hitboxes dot any debug.log error, no hitboxes registered with attack ID dot name. And then I think on the hitbox script, I want it so that it deactivates on validate. Get component collider enabled equals false. And that'll make sure that the attack isn't firing from the start. Okay, I think we've successfully broken everything. Okay, let's see here. Subgraph, hitbox sequence. This hitbox sequence, yeah, it's all borked. Replace. Attacker. Activate. I didn't regenerate nodes. That's 5 push-ups. We doke. Okie doke. Replace attacker. I'm not sure what this thing's major malfunction is. Data inputs, key ID, label ID, type of attack identifier. Okay, and then attacker get duration. Attacker deactivate. Beautiful. Okie doke. This is a literal attack ID. This is stab. And then attacks was reset over here. So we'll create a new element. Attack is called stab. It deals damage to the health. And we'll probably want to add in some stamina damage as well. Damage is no longer needed. That's right. So get out of here. Okay, why did you bork again? You're not borked. You're lying to me. Why are you always lying? Okay, I think it's just lying. It's fine. No, value cannot be null. Okay, I'm on the player. What is... Script state, enter hitbox sequence. That all seems fine. Close tab. Let's see here. Player. Where's script graph? State machine, there we go. Edit graph. All right, docket. Oh, it's still borked? Okay, what's going on? Trigger has an invalid connection. Hitbox sequence. Okay, I guess that was just... Okay, whatever. It's fixed now, woohoo. Okay, you can walk around, stabby. No hitboxes registered with attack stab. Stab hitbox has stab identifier. I did regenerate nodes, in fact. Actually, maybe that might have caused it, but I'm not counting it as 5 push-ups because it's a bug. So it could have been that there was some other thing that was cached in memory that was cached for that specific node. I don't know why it happened. Because just recreating the same thing over again fixed it. Alright, stab attack. Okay, let's try again. Alley-oop. Okay, it's... Okay, now he's taking damage. Why is it not always working? Okay, now it's always working. All right. He's not getting stabbed. He's being gently nudged with the gun, and we're calling it a stabbing. They're putting on a play for our benefit. They just got the props mixed up with the previous theatrical presentation. They tried to do a play on Monster Hunter Sunbreak, but ended up getting the props for GTA 5. It's fine. So now we can do damage to his health. So let's try doing damage to stamina as well. Let's add in a stamina thing. Rise comes out on PC January 12th. We don't have a release date for Sunbreak. And I can't wait to get it for PC to experience story mode for the first time in English. I don't know why I did that. Okay, so we now have a stamina attribute that we can stick on our NPC. No, I need to go to status references and add in a fourth one that is going to be stamina. Starting value is going to be 90, and we'll say we need a health bar for that as well, or status bar. Let me add a thing to automatically sort these. We'll call this statuses, and then status bar, child of that, vertical layout group. Okay. Middle center. All right. But the bottom one is going to focus on stamina. And its color is going to be more yellow. Doke. And then on the player attack, here, player, on the stab attack, we'll add a new damage type. Give it stamina and tell it to do 50 damage to the stamina. Now if I hit play and stabby, there we go. We did different damages to the health and stamina. Perfect. All right. I think I might call it there for today. Got a pretty decent amount done. We discovered some more power that visual scripting has. And we have the ability to add multiple attacks, trigger them from visual scripts, and have them do various damages. And have those damages reflected in the UI, at least. So, yeah, I'll have to think about what I want to do for the next stream. If anybody has any suggestions, of course, go ahead and let me know, either in chat or in the Discord. Remember when we didn't know coroutines were a thing? Yeah, in visual scripting. That it's so incredibly powerful. Bolt is. I wish I'd gotten on the Bolt train earlier. I could have done so much. That being said, Crazy Control was still faster for making character control things, but I think I might be able to approach its speed with something that is more versatile if I create a bunch of custom nodes for Bolt. I do really want to see how effective their runtime interpreter that they added in Unity 2022 for Bolt is. Because if it's on the same order of Crazy Control, then that is... I might just do that, making a Smash character in Unity thing, but use Bolt instead of Crazy Control, or what Crazy Control would have been. And I'm also, if you guys didn't see, Unity announced that, or they gave us our first update on dots in like a year. And they said it's going forward and we should have access to the first version in, it'll be for Unity 2020 LTS, in January. It'll be Entities version, 0.50. So, to give you an idea, the last version that was publicly available was 0.17. So presumably they've done a hell of a lot in the intervening time. At least if we're just naively going based off the numbers that they've shown us. So I'm very much looking forward to how their next visual scripting, if there is going to be visual scripting for dots, and how it may or may not relate to bolts, because of course there is no direct translation from object-oriented stuff to data-oriented stuff. So I can't imagine you'll be able to do the same things that you can with Bolt here as in dots when that becomes a thing. So there may be a need for a character control focused state machine thing when dots comes around. But we'll see how data flow graph has to do with that. So data flow graph is the new type of, the new substitute for mechanim. And you might be able to leverage data flow graph to do what we're doing here, kind of. Maybe to add and remove and set components, which is what I think would be necessary for a robust character control system in dots. But it's all speculation right now. Hugely excited for what's coming in the future. But just for right now, what we have here with Unity visual scripting is pretty damn good. So I'll think about what I want to do for the next stream. But until then, thank you, everybody, for watching. And until next time.